students whose installation are spread around the RSI spaces. Okay, Gianni, grazie. You can talk in Italian or English as you like, and please.
Italian. Grazie, buongiorno a tutti. Oggi è un momento anche di scambio internazionale, ovvero l'Accademia Belle Arti di Catania è lì in prima fila con il professor Stefano Zazzarello, a cui ringrazio a nome dell'istituzione e soprattutto degli studenti che hanno permesso una visione anche del suono attraverso le arti, attraverso quello che sicuramente è un nuovo aspetto formativo che si apre all'interno delle istituzioni. Nelle Accademie Arti nazionali si studia arti visive, quindi dalla pittura, scultura, alla grafica, ma si è aperto negli ultimi 3 anni alle arti applicate, ovvero le tecnologie, il cinema, il suono della grafica. E questo è un momento anche importante di connessione tra i due ambienti, quindi le arti visive e le arti applicate, e questo è un primo costo. Tengo anche a precisare che ho un rapporto molto forte con la Svizzera. Facendo il grafico ho sempre visto, diciamo, quella scuola svizzera che è tornata in Italia, quindi che è nata anzi in Italia nel 1933, e quindi questo interscambio, questo polo Svizzera-Italia spero continuerà anche in futuro. Grazie.
Molto grazie del tuo intervento, grazie per essere stato qua con noi. Forse non so se vedi la sala, ma comunque ecco, un applauso per te, e noi ora proseguiamo con l'intervento di Agostino Di Scipio, che ieri sera ci ha regalato un bellissimo concerto prodotto dall'RSI. Grazie Gianni, il contributo continua su YouTube in streaming per chiunque sia interessato. Allora a presto, arrivederci, salve. Faccio lo switch.
How many people non speaking Italian are here? Raise your hand. How many people not speaking English are here?
Sì, perché siamo in streaming.
Quindi non serve la sala.
E poi sì, c'è un film.
Buona giornata, buon giorno a tutti. La cosa penso più pratica da fare, the easiest thing to do, I think, it's just to read the abstract I wrote for this symposium. So the title, Audible Ecosystems, Soundscapes, Sound Environments, Contribution to Irreducible Listening. I think the key word for me here is irreducible listening. What I will do is provide a short overview of my practice of live performance work. In the last 25 years, I've done many things, including focusing on this Audible Ecosystemics project. And I want to note some personal references and related background references with the differences and affinities with soundscape composition and other approaches, especially because often I have been asked the question, why audible ecosystems, not soundscapes or whatever related to sound, to acoustic ecology or soundscape composition tradition. And there are many misunderstandings there, and also many contact points also. So I would like to focus on this topic in particular. Of course, I will also briefly touch upon other topics, including especially sustainability of this kind of live performance practice, of which we had yesterday an example. As far as irreducible listening is concerned, that relates to a larger notion, to a larger phenomenology of auditory experience. I try to have my pieces or my practice rehearse. First of all, I also want to, before starting, I also want to thank Stefano very much, and Francesca Giorgi, and Francesco Mighi, and Emiliano Battistini, and the other organizers, many organizers, whom I don't know actually, but who are doing a very great job for this conference. Just a little bit of background to understand my position on the topics I will deal with. I was trained after an amount of time as a self-taught musician. I started studying composition, dealing from the beginning with both instrumental and electroacoustic compositional practice, and with some focus on computer music at the time. I mean, late 80s, middle 80s, late 80s, when I started studying. And by computer music here, I mean especially digital signal processing, so audio engineering, but very crude stuff, very basic signal processing stuff. I was also, as a student, involved in activities in the University of Padova, il Centro di Sonologia Computazionale, and the Centro di Ricerche Musicali in Rome. And so live electronic practice was since the start a very important part for me, maybe not of my own things, but I'm working for others. I learned a lot. That's why when I end the concerts like yesterday, I always stress my big thank to the guys helping the assistants, because I was there many years before, and I think it's important to acknowledge their work. Of course, as I was growing up, let's say, I developed special interest in too many different areas, including sound studies, soundscape studies, soundscape composition too, and the related backgrounds like bioacoustics or acousticology, acoustic ecology, all areas of which I'm not an expert, but that I read with sincere interest, and especially as far as the systemic relation of body to environment or it is concerned. In particular, and going directly to one of the points, when I mention soundscape composition, I did had they called it a postdoctoral fellowship, but I was not doctor at the time, so they provided me some substantial money, but I hardly had a diploma in conservatoire. Anyway, and spent some time with the Barry Truax in Vancouver. This is not so secondary. I mean, here today I don't want to provide a full picture of my work. I just want to focus on reasons why I'm very happy to be in this context, like the FKL and related stuff. And why I mentioned Truax is because I think Barry and a few others had I mean, I can name many others, but I mean, it's not such a typical figure to have a musician who is both versed in computer music or technicalities of computer music, and a special eye, a special and the relation years of the Vancouver sound word, no, the word, the sound word project, Word Soundscape project. So this mixture of competencies, this mixture of things, this mix of things was very, in retrospect, I would say, was very teaching for me. And the same can be said with the figure, maybe less known, but of the Italian composer Walter Branchi, and many others I collaborated with since then, the early 90s in Italy. Both Branchi and Truax were, I would know, students with Gottfried Michael Koenig in Utrecht, which means the tradition of Cologne, the electronic music in Cologne. But the figure of Koenig is especially relevant because it is a direct link with the system theory. So not if there is any root bringing together these people is that they view system theory as the prerequisite for any ecology and any computer music on the other side. So the two branches are historically rooted in a larger notion of cybernetics and system theory. Other interests overlapping history of electronic music and audio technologies, which is a big part of my work, also as a scholar, let's say, and another fields of studies. The thing is that may be put forth in order to summarize my interest in sound from that I seem to gather from those backgrounds, is that I see sound as a culturally connoted medium of ecological awareness. So here I quote Barry Truax: "Sound arriving at the ear is the analog of the current state of the environment. As it travels, it is charged by each interaction with the environment." So there's no sound that is not affected by a real-time, real-space condition. I stress real space. I never wanted to talk about real-time computer music. I've never done real-time computer music. I've always done situated performances, meaning both real-time and real space, which is not exactly site-specific. Maybe we can go back to this thing, but to this definition later on. But or maybe it can be a matter of discussion, if you like. Now, to this statement by Truax, to this quote by Truax, I would also add my personal touch. Sound bears audible traces of the technological mediations involved two, not only the environment, meaning the mechanical forces of the space around or any agent living in that environment, but also nowadays especially the technological mediations involved in transferring, in producing, generating, transferring, and receiving sounds. There's no area of sound related experience that is not mediated heavily nowadays. There are compositional and performance practices, but there are also listening practices. And willy-nilly, we as listeners, as music consumers, have everybody, every one of us has some kind of competence of how to arrange for listening, for the listening activities or situations in which he or she is involved. So sound bears audible traces. This is not so secondary. Not so many people. They manage to be able to arrange for their listening practice, but they are not so aware of how heavily the listening practices and the means for listening are affecting the sound as received, as transferred and received. So sound bears audible traces of the technological mediations involved. And on the other side, environment also, for me, includes, every time I will mention the word environment, I will also include the technological infrastructures and the networks and technical networks in which people today, we all today live and dwell in. So on one side, I feel a strong legacy to soundscape studies and soundscape composition. At the same time, I can hardly support, or at least I can hardly hand myself to a naturalistic or documentary approach. As is often the case in soundscape composition, which is of course important. It's not my thing, but I acknowledge the relevance of it. So when I say I can mention here, maybe you know the work of Timothy Morton, ecologist or theorist of ecology of ecology without nature. Okay. So it's hard for us today. Of course, there are rural or natural landscapes around still for I don't know how long, but still it's very hard to understand whatever we mean by environment, especially when art and music are concerned. That is not somehow mediated, an infrastructured environment. So this is also to say that when I mention ecological issues, on the one hand, I don't mean any specifically naturalistic or descriptive or documentary approach, but also I use ecological and biological metaphors always contextualized in a larger perspective of epistemological constructivism, cybernetics, system theory, and other more recent research and theory approaches. Especially, let's say, the becoming environment of the technology, the environmentalization of subjectivity. Also, technology is always something that belongs to real people. It's never neutral. It's always knowledge implemented by someone for the benefit or the malefit, let's say, of the others. Also, when I use the word ecological or ecosystemic or whatever, I do mean that sound is a relational medium, always contextual, always situational. I already mentioned that before. I do mean sound as an event of relations, of power forces. Never as an object. I have a paper that was published a few years ago, including in a Soundscape journal here, whose title is Sound Object, Sound Event, Sound and the Biopolitics of Music, which is a strange concept. I don't need to go into that now. But so sound object is the tradition of electroacoustic music and contemporary technology, audio technology. The objectivation, the reification of sound as an object of perception, à la Schaeffer, or as a recording, as a data, as pure data, which is never pure at all, because data is not neutral, it's always a representation mediated by a number of different layers. And I do understand sound as an event, meaning something emerging in real-time, real-space situations, and so mediated, bearing the traces, having the traces, making audible the traces and the presence and the clash or the meeting of different power forces, knowledge conditions, experience conditions, which is, I mean, I don't have anything I think against electronic music as recorded as recorded medium or any other. I mean, there are very fantastic things that can be done, of course. But my contribution to sound culture, let's say, would be which would be that, and it's a contribution that I practice. I mean, my contribution is more practice based, more like a composer and performer than a theorist. But when I am asked to think about it, and sometimes it happens, then I have to be a bit more straight and clear. So I was playing with this opposition of sound object, which is always the same wherever it goes, or wherever it is put, wherever it is brought, and sound event, which is never the same, even if you try to get the same conditions twice or many times, you will never afford it. And so it may be similar upon different recurrences or iterations, but it's always being affected by the real-time, real-space situation. And of course, especially when it comes to the environment, again, I think that sound binds in sound. We can feel, we can experience the binding of heterogeneous agencies and emergent and hybrid bodies. I mean, by hybrid bodies, performative bodies, I mean not just the body of a human performer, but the extended, although I don't like, but anyway, the extended body that includes not only the corporeal, but also the mechanical flutes or whatever instruments, and the analog microphones, speakers, transducers of all sorts are analog stuff, without which the digital is unusable, and the digital. And as far as I can, I appropriate these four elements of the hybrid situation of the performance, and appropriate means writing source code in open access, in open source code and languages, or of course designing and arranging the electroacoustic chain, the total electroacoustic chain, eventually going down to soldering and simple microphones or simple speakers. But anyway, and of course, the embodied experience of the performer. Although, as I said, in this view, this is stuff that I'm thinking in these last years. What I call the performative body or the performance ecosystem, I think it doesn't need to have the human body as the paradigm or prototype. I mean, the body is hybrid, and it's not a cyborg, a human body being altered or augmented, but it's an assemblage of multiple kind of mechanical or biological and digital and whatever technologies. So the body, the human is there as an element of this environment. So the way the human enters the environment can be a guide appropriating the environment and wanting to do this specific, wanting to materialize a specific idea, independent of situation of life, of real life situations, or can be an element that recognizes that the knowledge is the contribution of the multiplicity of actors or agents in agencies in play. And so I tend to construct, to build, to design kind of autonomous systems into which the human element enters, intervenes, maybe altering, but also accepting situations that may not be foreseeable or forehearable. So it's a mediation that means that the human body is not at the center. So it's a post-human kind of view of the performative body. Also, I would say there's an aside which is maybe important, but I cannot go there. One thing is embodiment. The feeling that the body is being extended by prosthetic technologies, and one thing is exbodiment. The feeling that you are able to do something, or you are part of something larger than you, and knowledge is not just someone else's knowledge is being also in your body, but it's also your knowledge being spread around in the several layers of technologies being involved. So this embodiment is itself a crucial, important research issue, but it also mixes up significantly with the exteriorization, as the French say also, of knowledge and cognitive skills into the environment. So you embody the skills of others or the affordances and resistances of the environment, but you also exbody, you put it in the body, you construct your environment, which is exactly what human beings have been doing since ever, constructing the environment. That's so it seems like a very high-tech discourse, but actually I feel it like another instance of the approach of creating the environment that man and other animals, by the way, have been practicing for how long. So how I try to approach all that. Beside theory, beside the reflections, I do have a number of live electronic performance pieces. I also write instrumental pieces with instruments. Here, there is a reference to Modes of Interference, which is a series of works that involve the musical instruments as part of an autonomous feedback system of a hybrid assemblage of electroacoustic and digital resources. But for some reasons, and maybe reasonably, for not surprisingly, the Audible Ecosystemics project was more paradigmatic or emblematic, let's say, less ambitious, more emblematic in a way, which is a series of works for only electronics, of which we heard yesterday. I tried to make you hear something yesterday night. Especially the number 3A, the background noise study, and the number 4, the silence study, which is the most recent one. And by the way, I was in Paris when I met Garth in Paris and Sabine. I was there to premiere this silence study, I think. As an aside, I said premiered, but these year notations, these dates there. I mean, I need many premieres before I understand the dynamics of a life, a situated dynamical system like this. So these are just general references for a work in progress, basically. In fact, the background noise study performance yesterday night was the second One that I did with new software porting of the computer part. So every one of these pieces is a benchmark for a kind of ongoing research work on some aspect. And the only thing that they shared in these 4 pieces and their different iterations like installations and things, the thing that they share is that they start with nothing except with the background noise in the room or other places where they are put to work. So there is a sense of strong being situated in the real time, real place, in the iket nunc, in the here and now of the performance situation, and the experimental side of it. I'm using the word experimental much in the same way of Cage's historical definition. You start an action whose result you don't know exactly, but while normally in the Cajun approach you contemplate the result of the action, I try to cope with it and try to establish a positive relation, not just receptive, not Zen, let's say. That's my limit, but I try to do something with it, with the notion that you cannot do anything you like. For example, in these pieces, especially the one like the background noise study and the silent study, the criteria, the basic criteria is that when the processing, the transformation of the background noise sound into my texture, into things I can produce with it, when the level of what I do masks the background noise, then there is a saturation situation. There's an excess of my presence. I'm overdoing. And so I try, the best is, I try to balance. What I do is on the verge of covering or masking the background noise, or maybe not, or maybe, I mean, it slipped out of my hands many times yesterday night, but it always happened like that. But I try then to record to emergency situations, to security measures, sorry, in order to reestablish a more balanced situation with the background noise in the room. So I cannot do I cannot pump up the level. I cannot raise up the volume just because I like it. I'm very limited in what I can do if I want to leave a clear perception of what is there that we are dealing with, that we are listening. And when I say listening, I also mean welcoming, accepting. Okay? 5 minutes. So at some point, when I started this audible ecosystemic project, probably I was not so aware of what I was doing. In ecosystemic theory and engineering, an ecosystem is defined as a network of biotic and abiotic components sharing the same physical space. And importantly, the design of artificial ecosystems is generally understood in agreement with that definition. So at some point in 2005, an ecological engineer, German one, Martin Prominsky, came out with a paper that, oops, what happens? Oh yeah, it's there. So this is German, but it's developing ecosystems and designing ecosystems. And he took the occasion of a performance of mine in Berlin to ask himself, are ecosystems things we can design? I can tell you that, of course, it is his interest to say yes, because he's an engineer, so he has to do something for his job. But it's also true that his theoretical discussion of this notion eventually is positively argumented, of course, and it's reasonably argumented. And so it exists. I discovered it exists ecosystem design. So I felt a bit, let's say, assured that I was not just doing crazy things. Crazy was to presume or to pretend that an ecosystem can only exist in sound. That's my limit. I work with only sound relationships. I mean, machines listen to the environment, human listen to the environment, machine, the environment, I say, listen to what I do and what the machines do. So relations are established in sound on the sound medium only. This is a limitation. Normally, when musicians play, they do like that with the head. They watch each other. They do all sorts of things that are not only sound-wise. But for some reason, personal reason, I decided to cut everything out and just work with the sound as a vehicle of information. So sound as a material and as a vehicle information. It means that, let's say, the technical infrastructure does something to the environment, and it takes something into the environment, from the environment. It analyzes what the sound in the environment is and takes out some and construct data out of it in order to behave itself. So sound is not just only a raw material to work with, to play with, but also something that you have to accept, and it tells you how, it tells the machine how to behave. Okay, there's a kind of adaptation to the content, to the audio content, to the analytical content, to the dynamics of it, to the spectral brightness of it, etc. To a number of different features, perceptually relevant features of the sound. Eventually, performers come in and act upon the environment or upon the machines. The room itself can be in contact with the other places in real time or in the third time, etc. So this is a very schematic rendition, graphical rendition of what a performance ecosystem design would be. My time is running out. I was going to describe a little bit of these details. But let's just mention that there are two interagential couples that I have to deal with systematically every time I start a new piece like that. So the relation between performer and equipment, the relation between environment and performer, of course, and the relation between equipment and environment. Focus on this third relationship means leads me to create autonomous, what I call autonomous, self-regulating, autonomous literally, like English, self-regulating systems without any human intervention. Of course, humans can enter the space or the play and change working conditions. So that's the triangular kind of interactional dynamics that I have to deal with when I design a piece like that. Rapidly going to, this is an aside, but I think it's important. When I mentioned, we'll conclude with this. When I mentioned, well, there are some sounds in the room that are picked up by microphones. These sounds are being processed, transformed, but they're also analyzed so that the sound are analyzed, analytically described, and generate control signals for the processing, so that it's kind of sound-specific processing, the way the machines behave. And of course, it starts to, once this is started, it starts to make a distinction between what is being produced by the room and what is being produced by the equipment, by human, for example. So there's all sorts of feedback. But I want to highlight this and stress a bit this thing here. I mean, this is the right context, I think. Normally the way in computer music to analyze sound is to do either spectral analysis, so fast Fourier transform things, or feature extraction, meaning describing properties, psychological, perceptually relevant properties of sound. And it's called feature extraction. This is wrong. this is a wrong definition. You don't extract anything, all right? You are constructing information. You're not poking information. Information is not there for you, waiting for you to pick it up. You're not poking. You are crafting information out of sensory data. Except that these are sensory data, meaning microphone membranes or other sensors. But so this is part of composition. How you create control signals, so musical behavior, out of sensory or transductional data, it's a manner of composing. It's a medium of composition itself. And this is very relevant for me because it goes back to the basic of cybernetics and system theory. In a constructivistic epistemology, the world is not there. You're not an external observer or listener of the world. You're participating in the dynamics of the world, and so you are, let's say, crafting, constructing, composing information out of it. So to conclude and ask for your, I apologize for the delay. I said a few keywords that relate directly to sustainability. I didn't mention the fact that I write documentation for these pieces that I do, writing the code, describing the code such that it is machine independent, that everybody can know, having the knowledge implemented on different machines. We need, to do that, we need a transparent and portable DSP notation of signal processing, computer stuff, computer code. But I do I want to emphasize that by sustainability, I especially mean I work with an extreme economy means. I don't add a lot. I don't mean, except that we were in the radio, so there was a lot of very good equipment, but I normally would do exactly the same content. Yesterday, the system had to cut everything from the radio, and they had just to give me an analog mixer, just that. So if you just consider a very cheap computer machine and speakers or microphones, etc., that makes for a very strict economy of means, to the extent that you can appropriate how it works, and you can let's say, design by yourself each of these different technological components. Yeah. Maybe I will stop there because there are many implications. And
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Agostino, for your talk, and we can welcome now some questions from you. We have not so much time because we started later, but if there are questions, please. Garth Payne. Okay, can you talk to the microphone?
Sure.
So, because we are on streaming at the same time.
Okay. Agostino, thank you for a very thoughtful and interesting talk. It occurred to me that one might see a kind of dichotomy between the idea of the kind of emergent system that is perhaps one way of describing the ecosystem, and to go back to the phenomenology aspect, the kind of phenomenological reduction. So this question of going back to kind of fundamental properties. And it seems to me that both are true in your work, and yet they sit kind of in conflict.
Yeah. Well, somebody said contradictions should not be put aside. Contradiction should be accepted and welcomed and kept alive. Anyway, thank you for the question. That allows me to say something about phenomenology and what I in the title of the presentation called irreducible listening. The kind of attitude I've been describing, and that maybe also you yourself, by appealing on emergency dynamics and things we're maybe referring to, has this important implication that is very relevant in this context, I think. We are accustomed to the notion of reducible listening in Schaferian mode, in the Schaferian jargon, meaning that you listen to the morphology of sound without any reference to the sources, the causes, etc., etc. This is crucial to a lot of, for electroacoustic music and computer music, this is crucial for a lot of very interesting and important historical stuff that has been doing. Nowadays, I think what I've learned, not being part of soundscape composition or acoustic technology, but anyway, keeping an eye very close to it, is that we should learn to do the opposite, to learn that we can hardly not establish relationships in sound. When we hear something, we're hearing forces clashing or meeting. We hear physical forces, but also cultural forces, political. There's a politics of sound. Behind each sound event, there's a concurrency of forces around it. And so, what I call irreducible listening is exactly this attitude towards phenomenology, which is not the morphology, which doesn't stop with the morphology of sound, how bright, how the envelope is, how non-harmonic or harmonic, etc., etc., how iterative, how smooth and prolonged, etc., etc. But where does it come from? What are the conditions out of which it is possible that this sound event happens at all? Which is, if you, I was also discussing this, which is kind of normal if you move outside of the musical and sound art world, and we, in sociology and psychology, you have listening centers, anciently the ascolto in Italian, which is exactly the opposite of religious listening. And that's what ecology taught me. That's what I learned from the ecological approach in general in soundscape and sound ecology. Although it's not my thing, I do it. I try to create models performing live according to those criteria, not descriptive of any reality, but constructing the reality. But at the same time, I do find that it's very closely related to ecological thinking. And that makes it politics, that turns it into larger sociological and political issues, of course.
Another question, then we have to do some technical needs. I found particularly also interesting in one of the last part that you talk about the importance to document in very transparent way the process, and also trying to use minimal equipment or minimal resources using open source software. So all the process can be replied by any how do you say, person with the right knowledge, of course. And this, how could you say, this approach tends to democracy in the same time. So in this way, also electronic music is still linked to a world which is complex, sometimes with expensive equipment or very exclusive software. And any comment about this aspect of social importance of the use of pure data instead of other systems or other kind of software?
The answer is whatever this practice has to do with is there. I mean, there's a political element into it, of course. I'm I always prefer the problem for me as a composer, as a sound artist, is to make it to make it perceivable, to make perceivable that that kind of relationships going on in the here and now, in the live, in the real space, in real time moment. For me, the experience of it, the way I convey things, I assemble things and convey these notions, and has less to do with a manifesto than with the real experience. I mean, if we keep, let's say, the political discourse to a sensorial level, that's crucial for me. I wouldn't put up a political manifesto without any sensorial tangibility, tactility of what I'm about. So I'm a bit shy in stressing democratic issues and things, but of course I understand it, and just that's the way I seem to be going. But at the same time, I know all too well the history of electronic music and electroacoustic music and sound art, not to say that there are some aesthetical results that are better achievable with other means. Personally, if I have to make my decision, I don't go much about aesthetical results. I mean, they can be nice, they can be peculiar, they can be appealing, or whatever. But for me, the conditions from which it emerges is more important than the quality of the aesthetics it conveys. So, in this statement is itself political, without like stressing any democratic position, or whatever. So I completely agree with you. At the same time, I find it dangerous in a way. It's less efficient to put up the discourse and then provide the music or the sound, the environment. Rather, first do the sensorial experience of it, and then extract of it, and learn from it the implications, let's say. Sorry, it was a lengthy and not well articulated
No, that's fine.
answer.
So, thank you, and
Thank you.
thank you. Okay, so we have a very short break now, and then we go on with the program. Thank you.
need just a minute to finish this check. Just give us a second.
Yeah, sure.
To finish it.
Yeah. Of course, you start everything, but I'm just trying to set up tech.
Hai trovato?
Sto provando a vedere se forse no, devo andarci da qua. Applicazioni, se do Skype da qui forse mi dà struttura. Vediamo un attimo se adesso va bene.
Sì, sto finendo il check con Licia. Ok, io vedo che hai condiviso.
Ok, perfetto, allora ce l'ho fatta a sbloccarlo. Quindi
Cioè vedo il tuo desktop, non vedo una presentazione, ma non credo che...
perché un attimo. Se faccio così?
No, non vedo veramente solo il tuo desktop. Forse devi selezionare la finestra giusta.
Ok, sull'altra finestra, quindi devo fare in questo modo. Ok, così.
No, io continuo a non vedere niente però. Forse devi trascinarla dentro.
Ah, ok.
Vedi un
Vediamo.
po'?
Condividi. No. Allora, facciamo interrompi. Cambia schermata forse.
Here, welcome to this panel. So I'm happy to welcome for this panel two presentations. The first is from Sabine Feist, and the second is by Licia Bianchi. So I will briefly introduce the two speakers before leaving the floor to the first presentation. Sabine Feist, she's a professor of musicology at the Arizona State University. She's interested in acoustic ecology and theory and practice of listening and, of course, sound studies. She published several articles and books, especially on Schoenberg lately. And she's now working on the Oxford Handbook of Eco-Musicology. This is a brief introduction, and I leave the floor to the presentation. The paper is called Sustaining Sonic Futures Through Understanding Hidden Acoustic Ecologies.
Thank you so much for this introduction. We humans are surrounded by many sounds that are imperceptible to us, and so we fail to acknowledge and understand them. In this paper, I will address the limitations of human hearing and how we can appreciate inaudible sounds through the work of Eisuke Yanagisawa, Jakob Kierkegaard, and Jess Riley French, who have creatively translated them for human listeners. Their music contextualizes our hearing abilities and reminds us of the existence of subtle sonic worlds. Experiencing inaudible sounds through their artistic lens, we may grasp the value of sustaining our planet's sonic futures. Humans often take their hearing range for granted. They overlook that they always filter out sounds and that different forms of upbringing result in different ways of listening. They also discount that their highest sound sensitivity levels are only between 2 and 4 kilohertz. Moreover, they ignore that everybody suffers hearing loss with an increasing age and due to various life circumstances and unsafe listening practices. Currently, almost 500 million people have disabling hearing loss. Thus, with the shrinking range of what humans can hear, the scope of hidden acoustic ecologies broadens. However, indigenous people, the hearing impaired, acoustic ecologists, and artists have explored multisensorial forms of sound perception, including whole body listening to access inaudible sounds. The near-deaf percussionist Evelyn Glennie senses sound waves, especially low frequencies, with her feet as floors and other solid materials serve as transducers. Hearing assistive technology, hearing aids, ear implants, and other sound amplification and recording devices have helped humans to access otherwise inaudible sounds, albeit in filtered ways. Early sound amplification and microphone developments were driven by the search for hearing loss solutions, before being advanced in the sciences, military, and arts. Today, artists and scientists use multisensory listening and/or assistive technologies to eavesdrop on hidden acoustic ecologies, often aiming at sustaining the voices of endangered species and habitats. Humans can only hear a fraction of their natural and built environments. They cannot perceive infrasound, sounds below 20 Hz, from volcanoes, earthquakes, and thunderstorms, which pigeons, elephants, and baleen whales can hear. Elephants and baleen whales emit and perceive such low frequencies to communicate with distant mates. An even larger number of animals, bats, cats, dogs, and nocturnal insects, emit and hear ultrasounds, sounds above 20 kilohertz. The greater wax moths, for instance, can hear up to 300 kilohertz to escape predators such as bats. Humans also generate infra and ultrasounds, although they are unable to hear them. Infrasound from nuclear testing machinery, home appliances, and sonic weapons, plus ultrasound from sonar devices, pest and algae control systems. Besides infra and ultrasounds, humans cannot hear frequencies whose pressure level is below 20 micropascals. These include the quiet sounds of butterflies, jellyfish, worms, and plants. Long perceived to be deaf and mute, plants emit and receive sounds when under stress. Wolves, dogs, or cats can detect such quiet sounds as well as faraway sounds. Human insensitivity toward hidden acoustic ecosystems have harmed life on our planet. For instance, infrasound emitted by freight ships in the ocean has gradually shrunk the communication radius of whales. The low frequencies at harmful decibel levels of seismic testing for oil and gas exploration and high-intensity sonar activities have impaired the communication and well-being of whales, dolphins, and squid, for instance. Designed to deter unwelcome insects and rodents, ultrasonic pest repellers distress dogs, hamsters, and young adult humans. Ultrasound exceeding 120 decibels can damage human hearing. The loud and low frequencies of infrasonic weapons designed to repel crowds and pirates cause nausea and digestive problems in humans. Such sonic conflicts impact human and non-human health, but also leads to species migration and extinction and thus to substantial transformations of our ecosystems. Now I have 3 case studies, one on airborne hidden sounds, subaquatic hidden sounds, and subterranean hidden sounds. Listening to nightly outdoor sounds, few humans may be aware of the musicality of bats. Demonized in Western culture, bats fulfill crucial ecological functions and are highly vocal animals. Having poor vision, they use ultrasonic vocalization and echolocation for navigation and food hunting. They also use communicative calls and sing territorial and courtship songs, which baby bats learn from adults and then evolve into large and distinct regional repertoires. Bat songs have sophisticated structures which have been closely studied since the 1990s, when modern bat detectors could capture bat sounds, visualize them, and translate them into human hearing range. Since the 2000s, affordable portable digital bat detectors, ultrasonic recorders plus appropriate ultrasound mics have facilitated field recordings and scientific observations, as well as music and sound art. The Kyoto-based audiovisual artist Eisuke Yanagisawa is among the first to feature bat songs captured via bat detector in his music. It was a timely gesture, given that bats, the most populous mammal species in Japan, are threatened with extinction. In 2008, he recorded bat sounds under Kyoto's Sancho Ohashi Bridge, which form the basis for Bat Calls, opening his 2011 documentary-style album Ultrasonic Scapes. Yanagisawa left the bat songs unprocessed, meaning he did not rearrange the sonic materials. But his sonic captures amount to transformations, given the quickness of bat calls lasting milliseconds, the bat's huge frequency range, 12 to 250 kilohertz depending on the species, amplitude levels, and simultaneity of multiple songs. Bat detectors transpose the frequencies downward, decelerate their rhythms, and change their sound pressure levels to accommodate human hearing. Varying in quality, bat detectors' frequency ranges are often smaller than those of bat sounds. Yanagisawa's bat calls feature high pitches with often bright and percussive timbres and pulsing and densely layered rhythms. They are framed with quietly wavering, low white noise drones. Some of the percussive sounds may have originated from the audible beating of bat wings. So now I have a short clip for you from this album. On his album, Yanagisawa contextualized the bat songs with other non-human and human-generated ultrasonic captures in Kyoto, sounds of cicadas, streetlights, furin bells, and his Dell PC, exposing our lives' far-reaching ultrasonic networks. Besides Yanagisawa, Karen Power, Hana Tuliki, and others have also explored the sound of bats across the globe, countering their now new demonization as coronavirus transmitters. Containing 97% of the Earth's water, oceans, often seen as silent, are filled with audible and inaudible sounds. Oceanic acoustic ecologies are highly dynamic, but troubled. Pollution, acidification, rising sea temperatures, and overfishing have endangered marine wildlife and its voices. Sound pollution from Navy sonar, seismic air guns, and freight ship traffic, specifically pervasive infrasound, has injured or killed animals, depending on sound for communication and navigation. Pioneered in the 1800s and refined for navigation and surveillance in World War I, modern hydrophones, mics for underwater recording, are now essential for aquatics acoustics research. Since the 1960s, musicians have used underwater recordings and or employed hydrophones when they became widely available. Thus, they have granted us access to marine wildlife sounds, whilst providing powerful soundtracks for environmental activism in the last decades. Danish media artist Jacob Kierkegaard is among a growing number of artists using ocean sounds. Besides exploring audible and inaudible sounds of repellent phenomena such as radioactivity and waste, he also investigated sounds of wastewater, geysers, and oceans. His Istvold is a sound installation with a 40-minute composition made of field recordings on Greenland's Baffin Bay coast, habitat for beluga and bowhead whales, and home of iconic glaciers. In June 2013, Kierkegaard went to the Ilulissat ice fjord, the sea mouth of Jakobshavn, the northern hemisphere's most active glacier, and dropped the hydrophone 20 meters below the water surface to record Jakobshavn's ultra-deep booms and other faraway calving glaciers. He also attached vibration sensors on floating ice chunks from Russell Glacier to capture the high frequencies of cracking and melting ice. And here I have a short interview with some of this work in the background.
Out on the ice, we are recording with the hydrophone, underwater microphone, 30 meters below the surface. And you could hear the ice falling into the water at a huge radius that you couldn't always hear through the air because that was silent. But you hear it all down there as a huge animal below you.
In the installation, the latter sounds emerge from 14 spatialized speakers underneath the audience's floor, while the low booms come from subwoofers in each corner of a darkened space. Much like Matthew Bertner, Cheryl Lerenat, and Douglas Quinn, Kierkegaard lets us eavesdrop on oceanic acoustic ecologies, just as glaciers are melting away in an ever-warming climate. The last case study. When listening to the world, we may be unaware of the rich sounds under our feet. Out of sight, these sounds are often too high, too low, or too quiet for human hearing. But soil is home to many organisms and vibrations that contribute to a subterranean acoustic ecology. The healthier the soil, the richer its sound. Its listeners include mammals, birds, and insects above ground that sense these sounds for communication and food detection purposes. But the naked human ear needs help to access them. Biothermology and soil ecoacoustics research, recent trends, build on old geoscience, which use geophones and seismographs capturing sounds from quakes, volcanoes, or explosions dating back to ancient China. Becoming widely available in the 2000s, Digital geophones have facilitated new scientific insight into the sound emission and reception of plants and inspired musicians to eavesdrop on their sound. British musician and media artist Jess Riley French has made field recordings since childhood and explored underground sounds for more than a decade. He said that he often makes them, quote, through memory, photographs, text, and experience, and only sometimes by the use of audio recording equipment. Yet French established himself as a builder of high-quality mics, some of which allow him to listen to the smallest, often inaudible sounds, which have long fascinated him. For his subterranean recordings, he uses infrasound achieving contact mics with higher specification recorders / preamps and impedance adapters, adapted and non-adapted commercial higher spec geophones with modified and unmodified digital recorders and his own software. To him, such field recordings imply long duration listening without headphones to sounds, quote, inaccessible in their raw state, and make him ponder how environments are reduced and controlled by the narratives we impose on them, end quote, and which sounds we may filter out. French does not heavily edit these materials, which are already, in his eyes, filtered through technologies and choices when using them intuitively in his compositions and improvisations. French's Ink Botanic, a series of multi-channel works, explores plants and soil horizons, transpiration root systems, cavitation, and situated connections between species. In cherry birch, French listened with self-designed contact mics to a cherry birch tree and its habitat above and below the ground on a rainy day, shaping it into a short piece of 3 minutes and 18 seconds. We hear gentle impressions of a tree absorbing rainwater through its roots, while birds, insects, fungi, moss, and ferns add a multi-layered fabric of low and middle range frequencies in nuanced timbres, rubbing, crackling, and rustling. Featuring both regular and irregular rhythms, the piece starts with a small and bright frequency range, which in the second half broadens to include deeper and more sonorous sounds, focusing our ears on the cherry bird's vertical sonic dimensions. And here I have a short clip, courtesy of Jess Riley French. I don't know why it's not playing. French, along with Kierkegaard, Bill Fontana, Marcus Mäder, Swiss composer Karine Bonneval, and others exploring subterranean sounds, have nudged us to soften our often heavy and harsh human footprint to acknowledge the existence of our planet's gentlest voices. In conclusion, experiencing hidden acoustic ecologies, airborne, subaquatic, and subterranean sounds beyond our hearing range leads us toward a better sense of the existing realities that are imperceptible to us, even as our hearing range is shrinking. These sonic realities, although seemingly separate from our own, are deeply interconnected with the perceptible ones and crucial for our own sonic futures. While eco-acousticians have driven conservation, industry, and military policy changes through monitoring of hidden sounds, much needs to be done to turn the public toward attentive, inclusive, and relational listening. Through that, the public will be better equipped to enact social and environmental change to address our climate crisis. Yanagisawa, Kierkegaard, and French have advanced this goal through creative translations of otherwise inaccessible sound worlds. They are expanding our contextual and experiential horizons needed to achieve sound sustainability. Thank you.
Many thanks, Sabine. It was very nice presentation. Also contributing to continue what was initiated by yesterday's presentation from Emiliano. So we keep going on the same track. We have a few minutes for some questions if you are interested to ask to the presenter. So that's the time. Is there any question? Please. Yeah, go for it. Oh, sorry. Could you come here?
Yeah, just a little question. You mentioned that geophones dated back to ancient China. I wondered if you could say a bit more about that.
Well, I'm not the expert, but I kind of read, they're kind of analog, or they would use like objects, and the sounds would travel, like whether they are sticks, and different shapes and so forth. But yeah, I was surprised myself that it's not like that recent that people have been interested in vibrations in the soil, but it wasn't, of course, on musicians' horizons at the time. But yes, there's a lot of research, and then the more modern and Western geophones, they date back to the 19th century. And then, of course, there's a long way toward the digital geophones as well. And then I should say some musicians, just as Jess Riley French, would also just use hydrophones and stick them in the soil, or contact microphones. So if you don't have the money for a variety of microphone purchases, you can maybe resort to hydrophones.
Yeah, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thanks. Is there any other question?
This was really cool. Thank you so much. Really mind blown. It's not quite formulated my question, but I guess I'm curious about ways to bring more than human life in a way that maybe like in our Western cultures we lack spiritual approaches to like connect with those. And one of the things I'm really curious to explore is like how can we use sound to create this form of relationship and this form of connection with it. And so in regards to what you've been presenting, like what are like present and future ways of including this kind of like what seems to me really niche, like specific recordings and sounds, like how can we maybe broadcast it through like radio or like public forms? And I know you guys will have a session maybe on that later, like working with the public, but yeah, like how can we make that more accessible so that maybe there is a potential that we can create an emotional pathway with these forms of nature? Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Well, I think we have some examples right here, like Melia Roger. The sound installation shows her lying on the ground, listening, being in touch with the vibration of the ground. Multisensory listening would be great to cultivate rather than multitasking and having a recording playing in the background. And then going out, Jess Riley French does a lot of sound walks or listening to trees. I would love to go along on one, but I would have to fly to the UK for that, I guess. But so there are artists, there is a range of artists doing really cool things along these ways and taking audiences with them and introducing them to different forms of listening that involves more than just piping sound into the ear. And so I think that would be our way of moving forward, and would really touch people from the inside out in one way or another.
Maybe you have room for a last question, if there's any. Okay. So, thanks a lot, Professor Sabine Feist. So give us a couple of minutes to
Ma è un tema che può essere dato da video?
No, proviamo a streamare. Stiamo streamando.
Stiamo streamando, però adesso deve andare, no?
Comunque arriva adesso. Nicola, perché devi parlare anche i numeri soltanto? Dire a Alice di parlare un po'. Continua, sì. Ma questo
prova a chiedergli se le impostazioni audio output del HPMI è impostato in HTML. Chiedi. Perché può essere che sia cambiato l'impostazione audio a HTML. Nicola?
Uno, due, tre,
Chiedi di parlare un po'. Nicola, puoi chiederle di parlare un attimo.
Si sentite? A me ritorna tutto il video, giusto?
Ora c'è, però... Comunque partiamo.
Thanks a lot for waiting. Sorry about technical issues. So let me introduce you Lucia Bianchi, the next presenter. Lucia is a researcher, artist, and video maker. She's a member of this interdisciplinary research team called Poikia, History of Religion and Anthropology. Today, Lucia will present this presentation titled Soundscapes, Voices, Intertidis Narration and Knowledge Models for Modern Europeans, Still the Problem of Anthropo-Ethnocentrism. Thanks, Lucia, and the floor is yours.
Thank you. Proseguo in italiano e salto i convenevoli, così che recuperiamo un po' di tempo. Dunque, quest'anno il titolo del simposio Sound Sustainability Making Future from Listening, con un potente gioco di parole ci porta a ragionare sul suono come modalità di conoscenza del mondo e per l'essere umano e di esistenza in questo ambiente percettivo insieme ad altri sistemi di realtà oltre l'antropocene. Il suono come ambiente e sistema di relazioni complesse è il macro tema da cui condivido alcune riflessioni sul valore del suono nella comunicazione tra umano e non umano e sul potenziale storico, gnoseologico delle qualità appunto e delle proprietà acustiche per considerare strade alternative sulle modalità di conoscenza adottate nella storia della cultura del pensiero europeo, arrivando infine a presentare alcuni spunti epistemologici insomma, con cui tenterò di superare i confini dei concetti antropocentrici. Per farlo voglio accennare ad un argomento che è stato al centro delle mie ricerche di laurea magistrale, portato avanti nel confronto tra scienze dello spettacolo e storia delle religioni e che mi ha permesso in qualche modo di approfondire il rapporto tra voce e suono in alcuni casi specifici, dalla storiografia relativa alla filosofia della musica, agli aspetti lessicografici, epistemologici, etnolinguistici, in cui comunque le marche sonore del paesaggio o dei suoni in generale, come quelli che possono essere emanati dalla natura o dagli oggetti, oppure dalle divinità di tradizione giudaico-cristiana ed evangelica, sono frequentemente posti, come vedremo, in relazione al valore che viene riconosciuto alla voce. In sintesi, ciò che è emerso da questo studio comparato di documenti eterogenei, quindi tra differenti tipologie di risorse e di fonti, è che dal tardo Medioevo e fino agli anni 20 del Novecento, in ambito europeo, prima della coniazione del termine di paesaggio sonoro, lo stesso concetto di suono, la sua udibilità, il suo potenziale conoscitivo e immaginativo sono stati ampiamente subordinati al valore attribuito alla voce dell'essere umano e dunque soggetti ad un processo che può essere descritto come antropomorfizzazione della conoscenza sonora. Dunque, questo argomento, che è emerso come campo di studio tra diverse e differenti discipline, nella metà del secolo scorso ci permette oggi però di ragionare sulla storia della formazione di alcuni modelli cognitivi sonori in relazione ad una preeminenza della corporeità umana, di questa sua proiezione prettamente appropriativa utilizzando differenti contributi. Quindi, come sostenuto dalla storica delle religioni Sabina Crippa, se per le civiltà del Mediterraneo antico, che la cultura europea considera luogo delle proprie origini, tutto a voce, è pur vero che queste voci, contraddistinte da una varietà di sfumature, cangianze e frattalità sonore, già in Omero si manifestavano almeno con un centinaio di vocaboli, per individuarne la molteplicità, individuare dunque la molteplicità di questa realtà e lo spessore semantico che poteva ricoprire lo stesso concetto di suono. L'idea di voce nell'antichità, infatti, non sempre aveva a che fare con quella troppo spesso impoverita ma allo stesso tempo maggiormente indagata di logos, il suono per insomma sintetizzare anche qui, il suono articolato e razionale che rappresenta il linguaggio umano ricondotto nelle successive culture cristiane al principio fondativo dell'incarnazione del Verbo, unico e divino della tradizione biblica. Dunque il suono voce in questo caso diviene il sigillo che può animare, sacralizzare, trasformare ed attivare i suoni fisici divini o anche patriottici, quindi in relazione proprio a un territorio, all'essenza di una comunità, come nel caso delle campane, attraverso l'incisione di un linguaggio in prima persona. Dunque, per dare alcuni riferimenti, con la questione dell'incarnazione del verbo, suono, voce, immagine, per esempio studiata da George D.D. Huberman, oppure diciamo le traiettorie acusmatiche, del potenziale acusmatico della voce, quindi di questo distacco per cui possiamo ipotizzare questo movimento e l'animazione che si va a relazionare proprio tra voce e suono, con un contributo per esempio di Brian Kane. Ma insomma questo potenziale acusmatico, quindi quest'agency, viene per esempio descritta in questo modo da Bredkamp, un storico dell'arte, nella sua teoria dell'atto iconico. Tra le categorie di opere parlanti c'erano le campane, il cui suono rafforzava il soffio vitale certificato dalle iscrizioni, che già come inneschi di movimenti labiali, tutte le opere dotate di iscrizioni in prima persona sono in grado di assumere un ruolo attivo. Dunque, all'inizio dell'epoca moderna, gli europei, oltre a riscoprire il passato e le culture antiche, venivano a conoscenza di nuovi orizzonti di esplorazione ed entravano in contatto con civiltà ed ecosistemi fino a quel momento sconosciuti. Ma nello stesso momento in cui si sperimentava ad esempio il magnetismo in una sorta di proto-etnografia con Athanasius Kircher, oppure nuovi principi nel campo dell'acustica, Marin Mersenne, e fiorivano teorie di mondi possibili come quella di Giordano Bruno, il movimento della rivoluzione scientifica si avviava verso la separazione e la spartizione delle discipline che all'antico concetto di musiché avrebbe gradualmente sostituito quello di musica in senso euro-occidentale e di bel canto rappresentato dalla sua principale espressione nel melodramma. Scusate, rimango un attimo sull'immagine così potete vederla. Tutto ciò contemporaneamente alla separazione cartesiana dei concetti di anima e corpo da un lato e dall'altro ad una costruzione scopica, anatomica e sezionata della conoscenza. Un modello che è riconoscibile in uno dei più grandi progetti dell'Occidente, ossia quello dell'enciclopédie di Diderot e d'Alembert e poi di Jean-Jacques Rousseau per quanto riguarda la teoria musicale e la A questo proposito, ad esempio, Roland Barthes ha suggerito anche qua una teoria, uno studio identificato con la filosofia dell'oggetto, per cui l'oggetto si porrebbe non più come uno stato inumano della natura, opaco e imperscrutabile, ma come organo tecnico che espone e mostra tutti i suoi ingranaggi. L'oggetto enciclopedico è in questo caso dominato dall'uomo e ne è soprattutto un'amplificazione, la trasmissione di movimenti umani, la sigla umana del mondo. Dunque, Questo è per dare comunque un movimento generale di questi spunti che sto mettendo insieme appunto nel corso della storia. E a questo punto, in epoca moderna, l'ampiezza delle sonorità, dei brusii, dei suoni cosmogonici non umani che permeavano le culture dell'antica Grecia, dell'India o delle grida degli animali che erano indispensabili ad esempio per l'operatore rituale egizio come elemento generativo dell'universo terreno ed ultraterreno, subiranno una marginalizzazione e un ultimo declassamento epistemologico sotto l'azione curatrice delle nuove scienze illuminate del 7 e 800. Quindi, a cavallo di questi 2 secoli, in piena ascesa del cosiddetto periodo imperiale europeo, il modello teorico ed epistemologico di riferimento era essenzialmente basato sul confronto culturale tra Europa, quindi concezione europea, e il resto del mondo, all'interno di quel paradigma di stampo prettamente universalistico e dunque anche eurocentrico. Il musicologo Paolo Bozza, attraverso uno studio esemplare sull'argomento a partire dalla riflessione della dissociazione tra immagine visiva e immagine sonora in Imago Vocis, storia di eco, evidenzia come lo stigma di quell'imbarazzo ideologico e la sfida intellettuale di concepire un corpo multiplo, uno stato materiale di proprietà acustiche e vocali, altrettanto irriducibili, sia profondamente inserito nella mentalità, insomma nella storia del processo del pensiero europeo. Dunque, questi tratti esistenti appunto nel pensiero filosofico musicale del panorama eurocolto potevano essere immaginabili o accostinabili come ha suggerito coniando un neologismo Roberto Barbanti verso la metà degli anni 80 del Novecento, attraverso paradigmi dunque esclusivamente anatomici, meccanici, macchinali, legati in special modo all'elaborazione di modelli formali dettati dallo sguardo, che si avviarono nel XVII secolo. Infine, verrebbe da domandarsi, dopo questa panoramica, siamo così messi male per avventurarci verso una conciliazione con sistemi sonori interspecie o non specificatamente umani? La risposta a mio parere è abbastanza rassicurante. In realtà l'antropologia, scienza nata con il compito di indagare la diversità dell'essere umano nei suoi aspetti culturali, fisiologici e psicologici, è riuscita, anche se non da molto, a decolonizzare il proprio pensiero, avviando un'autocritica che ha posto le basi per la formazione dell'etnomusicologia, ad esempio, inaugurata ufficialmente nel 1955. Ma significativi cambiamenti epistemologici, come abbiamo visto anche dalla presentazione precedente, sono riscontrabili inoltre dall'interesse che circa 20 anni fa si raccoglieva attorno all'ecomusicologia, quale luogo di dibattito policentrico sull'esperienza del sonoro tra pratiche e nuove e vecchie conoscenze, come per esempio nella raccolta di saggi dunque curata da Antonello Colimberti, e per concludere, più recentemente, suggestioni positive in questo senso arrivano da veri e propri ribaltamenti epistemologici, tra cui quelli in campo eco-antropologico con Edoardo Kohn, How Forests Think, e paradossalmente proprio dagli studi dedicati al visivo, con per esempio la domanda svolta di Mitchell, che titola What do Picture Want? Dunque, Tutto questo potrebbe suggerire quindi ancora altre domande che, come posso dire, ci portano a superare queste prospettive, questi confini degli studi. E vorrei lasciare la parola chiudendo con questo prestito, questa citazione, per dare centralità anziché voce ad altre forme comunicative e modelli di conoscenza dell'umano. E dunque, parafrasando, how do ecologies of sound think or what do sounds want? Vi ringrazio e chiudo qua. Non vi sento però.
Grazie Licia, thank you Licia. Ti stavano applaudendo, ti sei persa l'applauso, mi dispiace. Sorry about that. We have a few minutes for a question or two. If someone wants to ask a question to Licia, now is the time. No questions? Maybe we are hungry and we want to go for lunch. Yeah, we can digest it.
Sono stata molto rapida.
No, hai seguito perfettamente i tempi.
Ok.
Okay, there's no more question. This panel is closed, and we're gonna meet again 2:30, I guess. Yeah.
Io vi posso
for the next panel, this room or the other, according to what you choose. Grazie Licia. Thanks a lot.
Grazie. A presto. Aspetto che chiudi la chiamata. Ok, grazie.
Fare cosa? Quando succede questo problema. Ah, beh. Quando avevamo una liscia islamica, se ne aveva audio. Le robe ibride sono. Le robe ibride sono un po'. Sì, io non so davvero quanto. Siamo fissati su questa storia qui. Ed è giusto, però credimi, nonostante abbiamo preso 2 giorni prima per tutte le prove. Ma sai cosa? Secondo me l'unica cosa che si potrebbe fare è che le robe online sono tutte online, le robe.
Abbiamo pensato anche a questo,
perché alla fine la roba tecnica è simile.
Sì. Infatti abbiamo centrato più o meno qui tutto, poi però qualcuno manca, la colpa bella è tu si sconfuso la colpa.
mi arriva.
C'è anche qualcuno che ci sta asserendo.
Arriva a te là.
Stamattina
Questo
Cambio 56. Il libro che vi voglio presentare venne pubblicato nel 1917 con il titolo Der Spaziergang, La passeggiata, presso l'editore Huber di Frauenfeld. È un breve testo di circa un centinaio di pagine che è possibile trovare nella traduzione italiana curata da Emilio Castelnani per la casa editrice Adelphi. Prima di tutto, però, chi era Robert Lauser? Le tracce che lasciò sul suo cammino furono così lievi che hanno rischiato di disperdersi, nota Georg Sebald in un saggio in memoria dello scrittore. Giovanni Orelli si domandava invece, in occasione del centenario dalla nascita, quanta dimestichezza potesse avere il pubblico con questo autore, o se Walser non fosse in fondo uno sconosciuto carneade. Eppure egli ebbe tanti e grandi lettori, che di lui ebbero grande considerazione. Ricalcando parole altrui e cercando di tracciare un paragone con altri autori, potremmo dire che se la fortuna di Gogol fu determinata dal giudizio positivo di Dostoevsky e se la fortuna di Twain fu legata a quanto di lui ebbe a dire Hemingway, il successo di Walser è legato in gran parte al riconoscimento che gli tributarono.
Laura Metz non si sta connettendo però Laura non c'è.
Non c'è. È andata via.
Ma fai tutto un repertorio.
Vedi Mattiz, Battiato.
Sei sceso però di Neck. Prossimo. Sottovalutato, sopravvalutato, sottovalutato. Ma mi arriva? Non ti arriva? In che senso? Ah, te lì, per lo streaming dici? Sì. Laura, no. Francesco, sai se Laura è pronta?
Dunque, Laura non ha risposto né a me né a paesaggio sonoro, però
Possiamo iniziare da Rob. Allora.
intanto si potrebbe fare
Sì,
uno
certo.
swap.
Ok. But
E nel frattempo
tu cerchi di... Ah no, ok, join call maybe. Now she's... Something went wrong. Iniziamo con Rob allora? No? Aspettiamo un attimo. Magari lo avviso. I'm sorry. Maybe we have to switch the presentation because Laura Metz, who was supposed to be before you, is not connecting. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, that's fine.
It's okay for you to start eventually.
Do we, so I'll use HDMI, so if we can just test the sound.
Yeah, it's difficult because they don't have HDMI, but a display port. So
You can use this one.
for the audio, but for the video, the video.
We just switch the computer.
So?
Okay. So we can connect with this one.
Yeah.
And
the display port.
HDMI.
But yeah, okay, this one.
Oh, you have a converter. Oh, cool.
But is there?
Yeah, that's cool.
This is
HDMI, yeah. Perfect.
Okay. So I give you the jack, mini jack cable.
Oh, perfect. Yeah.
Let's try.
Okay. So the easiest thing is probably system preferences, sound, external headphones, and displays are raw, and mirror displays. Okay. So then I'll just try some of these things. So we can. So we should have sounds now.
Yeah. Already.
Yeah, that should be sound coming out.
Stefano, dovrebbe uscire qualcosa sul livello audio.
Yeah.
Okay,
I'll try this a little as well, just to get a level. On the computer audio. Cool.
Okay.
Grazie.
Okay, we can start, I think. Good afternoon to everybody. Thank you for being here. Unfortunately, Laura Netz was supposed to start with her presentation. Is not able to connect with us at the moment, so we have to switch the two presentations of this session. And we have here Rob McKay, who will present a paper called Following the Flight of the Monarchs. And I read a few notes about his biography. Rob McKay is an award-winning composer, sound artist, and performer. Recent projects have moved towards a cross-disciplinary approach, including geology, soundscape, ecology, theater, audiovisual installation work, and human-computer interaction. His work has been performed in 18 countries, including several performances on BBC Radio 3, BBC Radio 1, and Radio France. and a number of his pieces have received international awards. He has held composer residency at Slovak Radio in Bratislava, La Muse en Circuit à Parigi, the Tyrone Guthrie Arts Center in Ireland, Habitación del Ruido in Mexico City, etc. Rob is currently a senior lecturer in composition at Newcastle University, and previously he was a reader in music at the University of Hull, where he directed the Hull Electroacoustic Resonance Orchestra, and he is also the chair of UK and Ireland Soundscape Community, affiliated to the World Forum for Acoustic Ecology. Thank you, Rob McKay, for being here.
Thank you. Thanks. Thanks very much for the introduction, and thank you everyone for coming along. Today I'm going to talk to you about the project Following the Flight of the Monarchs, which is an interdisciplinary acoustic ecology project bringing communities and ecosystems along the migration routes of monarch butterflies as they perform this incredible migration between Canada and Mexico every year, 3,000 miles. And there are actually 4 generations each year. Generation 1 is born in Texas, and then that flies up to the north of the US. Generation 2 is born, and then that flies up to Canada. Generation 3, it sort of hangs out in Canada, and it's Generation 4, which is often referred to as the super generation, that makes the entire journey in about 6 weeks. So they're on their way now. I think you were just saying you saw some in New York last week, and they should arrive around the Dia de los Muertos, the Day of the Dead, at the end of October. These tiny creatures make this incredible migration in such a sort of short period of time. And this generation lives for about 6 months. So they stay in Mexico for about 6 months, and then they fly north to Texas, lay their eggs, and the whole journey starts all over again. There are actually 5 chrysalis stages with the 5 stages of caterpillar, and then you have the pupa stage and see the you can actually hear the sound of their wings. So as a sound artist, I was really interested in, don't normally think of the sounds of butterflies' wings being, perceivable for human ears. So I managed to fit in a day trip to the El Rosario Reserve in southern Mexico, and had a day of filming and recording the sounds of the butterflies, including thousands of tiny butterfly wings. And I sat on that material for about a year. But whilst I was in Mexico at that point, I met a media artist and Jessica Rodriguez, who is Mexican but has just been doing a PhD at McMaster University in Canada. So it's kind of followed the migration route of the butterflies. And a year later, I was at a conference in Colombia, and I met her father, who is a poet. And they had this wonderful sort of sound and visuals installation, and I knew what I wanted to do with the butterfly recordings. So I was asked to create an installation based around flight for a festival in Hull, which was celebrating the famous aviatrix Amy Johnson, who was the first person to fly solo from the UK to Australia. And I worked with someone in our theatre department to create a flat pack touring structure, which is a bit like a hide in the forest, where the idea is that you're looking out through windows at these butterflies. So there's 4 video screens and 4 loudspeakers, which immerse the participant in sound. And the idea is that this is kind of a part of southern Mexico, which allows you to teleport to experience the kind of phenomenology of what it's like to actually be in this habitat. So the sound has 3 layers. One is the field recordings, including the rushing sounds of the monarch's wings. One is a specially commissioned poem in Spanish by Rolando Rodriguez, which is based on the scientific knowledge that we have around the monarch's migrations, but told from a very emotive perspective. And then finally, there's a musical layer, which is based on an improvisation, myself on flute, and 2 American musicians, David Blink and John Sanders, who I met on that first trip, and it was based on an improvisation that we played outside sort of amongst the butterflies. And so that installation, after that first presentation, has sort of toured around to various locations, including the Eden Project in Cornwall. And I think my favourite presentation was outside in the English woodlands at the Shambhala Festival, where again you're walking in the English woodlands and then you kind of teleported to southern Mexico. So this is all the people that are involved with that project. There's a sort of film version of that, which has also been presented at various festivals, New York Electroacoustic Music Festival, etc. But through working on that project, I became very aware of the ecological threats that the monarchs face. And in fact, their numbers have declined by nearly 90% over the past 2 decades, like a massive decline in a really short period of time. I was put in touch with a monarch specialist, Pablo Jaramillo Lopez, who's also a soil specialist from Ecuador, but now living in Mexico. And he was telling me there's 3 main factors that are affecting this massive decline in their numbers. One is industrial use of herbicides and pesticides, which is a particular issue in the Corn Belt in the US, and it's killing sort of everything other than the corn, which is genetically modified to withstand the things like Roundup. But it's killing all the milkweed, which is the only plant which the monarchs can feed off. There's also deforestation, which is a big problem, particularly in Mexico, because the monarchs' metabolisms are very temperature sensitive. They don't want to be too hot, not too cold, so they only roost above 10,000 feet in the IML trees in Mexico. So they're basically squashed into these small mountaintops. So again, really sort of delicate habitat, and people have been logging in these areas for decades. For many years, they're generally rural regions with low employment opportunities. So people are also having to do this for a living, and also for local firewood and construction. So there's still a lot of illegal logging which happens on a range of different levels, from the sort of personal to the industrial. And then finally, like everything else, climate change. I know when I was speaking to the now late Lincoln Brower, sort of monarch expert, he was recalling one time that he was walking through 2 foot deep of monarch butterfly bodies after a freak storm. So yeah, there's a lot of factors. They're very much an indicator species of these larger changes that are happening in the environment. And my own research over the last sort of 10 years or so has increasingly become sort of enmeshed in the area of acoustic ecology and soundscape ecology, and the ways that we can look at the relationships between different organisms, and what that can tell us about the health of an environment or an ecosystem through listening. So when we think about the sort of 3, I mean, I'm sure you're all aware of these terms, but Bernie Krause sort of laying out these sort of 3 main descriptors of the soundscape: the biophony, all the sounds created in an environment through living organisms; the geophony, all the sounds naturally occurring through other things like wind or rain; and then finally anthropophony, human-made sounds. And we've already heard in some of these talks yesterday about the acoustic niche hypothesis that Bernie Krause has noticed from recording all of these pristine environments from all around the world, that in any given biome, it appears that each organism has evolved to communicate across narrow bandwidths of frequencies which don't overlap with each other, and also works on a kind of temporal level as well. So here in Borneo, Camp Leakey, you can see insects with cicadas at the top, and then 2 different bird species and some gibbons down at the bottom. And I think for me, like the most powerful example that he recounts in his book, The Great Animal Orchestra, is when he was working for the Forestry Commission or the Environment Agency in the US, in the Sierra Nevada mountains in California. In Lincoln Meadow in 1988, which is an area where they were performing selective logging. So the idea is, chopping a few trees down here and there, not affecting the overall or minimizing the impact, the environmental impact through that. So he took a photograph and a sound recording 6 months before logging, and then went back 6 months after logging. The photographs looked pretty much identical, but sound tells a really different story. So this is a sonogram showing all of the different frequency content 6 months before logging. This really kind of rich biome, sort of full of different species. And this is the same place 6 months after logging. So this is a lone woodpecker, and it's saying it's been back, I think, 15 times over the last 30 years, and it still hasn't recovered. It's still, it still had this lasting impact. So I have this real awareness that sound is a really powerful tool in understanding changes in the environment that we might be missing through in other ways. So if the monarchs' numbers are declining, these are major migration routes for lots of bird species as well. Can we have set up listening stations where we can potentially monitor change over time? So it's actually also a Balance Unbalance in 2015 that I met Grant Smith from SoundCamp, which is a UK organisation, and they specialise in high-quality live streaming audio streams. And they work with an organisation in France called Locus Sonus, who've set up an online open-source sound map, which allows anyone to live stream from anywhere in the world. They even have a mobile phone app that you can use called Locuscast, but you can use Raspberry Pi computers, you could use a laptop. So in 2018, I went back on a pilot project and took a Streambox out with me, made by Grant Smith, which is a weatherproof container with a Raspberry Pi computer in it, to install in the Cerro Pelon Reserve in Mexico. This reserve is also is a UNESCO Biosphere Reserve. So we've actually been collaborating with Leah Barclay and her Biome project, which is where a part of that is to install Streamboxes in a number of different UNESCO reserves around the world. So we collaborated with Pablo Jaramillo Lopez, SoundCamp, Locus Sonus, and also the College of the Siskiyous, which is where David Blink, who's a musician I've been collaborating with, works, and also Butterflies and Their People Arborists. So this is an arborist scheme which operates in the Cerro Pelon Reserve, and this gives paid roles to people in the local community to be stewards of the forest. So actually one of these guys used to be a logger, but now is being paid to to be a guardian of that environment. And when I was talking to Lincoln Brower, he was telling me about the mass flight response of overwintering butterflies to cloud-induced changes in solar radiation intensity in Mexico. And basically, what that means is, again, I was mentioning that they're cold-blooded and they need to warm up in the sun before they have enough energy to fly, and they need to be able to do that in order to fly down to where they roost, to nearby meadows where they can drink dew and nectar for obviously water and feeding. And I wondered, well, could we, as well as listening into the changes in the environment through listening to the bird species, is there a scope for monitoring the butterfly's behavior through sound? Can we potentially use machine listening to recognize the sound of the monarch's wings and know and potentially find correlations between temperature and humidity? Because the scientists that are studying them use these what they call eye buttons, these tiny little sensors that measure changes in humidity and temperature. So could we potentially do that? So this is actually the site that greeted us when we first got to the Giano, this meadow on the Serra Pelone Reserve. That's a sound-filled microphone. It's creating an ambisonic recording in all directions. But yeah, the sky was alive with all of these butterflies. And I was able to get a recording of their wings from that. So a little bit like the sort of Lincoln Meadow example, I was thinking, well, what does the space sound like when the butterflies aren't there? And the answer is this. And this is what it sounds like when they are. Actually a butterfly flying into the microphone as well. So hopefully you can hear that wonderful, delicate, crackling sound of their wings. So this is what the Locus Sonus sound map looks like, and in fact I could very quickly go into there, if it's okay to listen into your back garden again.
Actually, there will be monarchs in our garden right now.
Oh, cool.
It's fitting to play that.
Sorry? Oh, excellent. Great. Well, that's another thing. Yes, so that's something that people can do in, across the US, particularly as part of the Monarch Watch, and you become a Monarch way station, can't you? So encouraging people to plant local varieties of milkweed in their gardens, and it's important that it's the local variety because there's the right kind of toxins to deter the local predators from eating the butterflies as well. So yeah, that's great. So it's listening to that Monarch garden now in Arizona. And so as part of the project, the one in Mexico is installed, but it's running off-grid and it's working with mobile phone data. And we're just doing it in sort of, rather than continuously doing it at certain times. So that's not running at the moment. But in 2019, I did go to Point Pelee in the other end of the migration spectrum, which is this knife-edge peninsula that cuts into Lake Erie, and installed a box on the roof of the visitors centre there. It's a little windy, and I think that might be the sound of the waves. It's like being by the sea, really, the Great Lake. But depending on when you tune in, you can hear lots of birds as well, but that sounds like quite a windy day at the moment. We'll come back. So, yeah, it was quite a feat in a way to get the Streambox installed in the Serra Pelone Reserve. We had to go up on horseback with these really heavy, like solar batteries, because it's a completely off-grid thing, and we also drove around certain bits to see where, because it was quite patchy signal as well. We ended up using 3G signal, but that's our elated faces when we finally were able to get the signal and get the stream coming through. Grant was in London saying, yes, I can hear you. We're using WhatsApp to communicate, and this is what the inside of the box looks like, the stream box. So the stream box itself is the bottom bit of the location there of the picture. It's got a Raspberry Pi and a charge controller for the solar power. Then that's the solar battery above, and then just to the right you've got this SIM router that just works with a SIM card, and so we had to find a location which had enough, consistent 3G signal, enough consistent sunlight, and also a route where the monarchs actually flew through. And we did. That's it, just to prove it was on the map. And we played actually a kind of a little performance, an inaugural performance at the top when we got it working. That's what it looks like. Actually, is in a slightly different location now, but it was in that location for a couple of years, on the side of the mountain. That's the view, and this is a recording, and all of the species of birds that ornithologists at UNAM, the National Autonomous University of Mexico, were able to identify just from a 2-minute recording that were made from the stream box. Let's play a little bit of that. Those fluttering wings as well, and what's lovely about this is it has omnidirectional microphones on either side of the box, so it acts a little bit like a dummy head, so you get a binaural sound image, quite a three-dimensional immersive sound, especially if you listen with headphones. And so to me it feels a little bit like when I put the headphones on, it's like I'm putting my head on the side of the mountain, because it's in real time when you're listening, this sense of this knowledge that you're hearing it, okay, with a bit of delay on the internet, but pretty much you're hearing this place that's thousands of miles away. It is this kind of extended embodiment, and you're experiencing something that probably if I was sat there, the bird wouldn't come that close to my head, but you're experiencing something in quite a visceral way through this kind of prosthesis in a way of the stream box. So another dimension to the project was playing musical improvisations in the reserves, responding to the soundscape and the other species in them. So this is David Blink playing handpan. Again, I think this is on that first day where you saw the butterflies flying around, and a lot of them are on the ground drinking dew from the grass. So yeah, another thing we did was play in ensembles in the space. So Rolando came and did some recitations in the reserve too, and as well as responding to the soundscape per se, in terms of listening to the biophony and the geophony and the anthropophony, that it's underneath a plane route as well, so you do hear aeroplanes. That it's near a quarry, so you hear explosions rumbling off in the distance sometimes, and you hear people on horseback and all kinds of things, and dogs barking in the nearby villages. But I was very sort of inspired by David Dunn's Nexus One, this piece in the Grand Canyon for 3 sort of trumpets, and responding to and almost causing these sort of duets between crows and things. And so this meadow had this beautiful acoustic. So this is myself on flute and David Blink on trumpet, and the reverb that you hear hasn't been added afterwards. This is what the space itself sounds like. Get the idea. So this is at the other end of the migration route. I mentioned that I'd installed that stream box in Point Pelee, and the idea is to eventually at least for the first stage of the project, to have 5 Streambox working. So there's one in Mexico, one in Canada. I took one to Virginia and met people there, some conservationists. We haven't found quite the right location to install it yet. The idea is also to install one in Texas. And there's also a Streambox which is working already at Jasper Ridge Biosphere Preserve, which is part of Stanford University, and that's run by Trevor. I've forgotten his surname now. But anyway, and we're Trevor Herbert. So we've also liaised with him. And again, we're still in the pilot stages really, but the idea is to build a community of citizen scientists who can listen in to the streams and eventually potentially capture sort of long-term recording and use machine listening for species identification. So some examples of this include Dan Stowell's Warbler app, which has a database of bird recordings. It was existed in England, in the UK, across the UK actually, for 5 years, and I think now there's a version in the US which works with US species. I've also made a radio program about the project for BBC Radio 3, and that's called Flight of the Monarch. So it's still on BBC Sounds. You can go online. It's a half-hour program. Best to listen with headphones for the kind of, I've got these ambisonic recordings which I've made binaural versions of. Just Google Flight of the Monarch, BBC Radio 3. Another thing that we've done, which we did through lockdown, was create a telematic performance with myself in the UK, David in California, Rolando in Mexico, and Jessica doing the video using the software Estuary developed at McMaster University for live streaming video mixes. And certainly very inspired by Teresa Connor's idea of ecological performativity, which she describes as a non-anthropocentric model characterized as a dance of agency between living and non-living systems, human and non-human actors, and the complexity within which they are entangled. And this model stems from the premise that artistic practice enables different perspectives of the world and becomes an apparatus for change, promoting what we consider a long overdue shift in the way we exist in the world. So I'm taking the live streams from the Locus Sonus sound map of the different ecosystems and then mixing those with the sounds of the live musicians and poets from around the world in this real-time performance, so connecting all these different sort of entities, human and non-human actors, and also the internet itself as an agent, with this massive delay, sometimes up to 30 seconds using the map. So these are the locations along the map. Actually, I can just, well, I don't know if I've got, right, if I could just play you like a couple of seconds. So this is from one of the performances. I can send you sort of links to various of these things. So actually, we've got this on YouTube, and Patti Lorena Sorosano, who is a dancer choreographer from the dance company Girasola Dance, has been running a project called Danza Migratorias. So like us playing amongst the butterflies, they've been dancing amongst the butterflies in the different reserves and observing their movements. And so back in February and March this year, we all went out together and we recorded ourselves using 3D video and 3D sound. I went back and did some installed the box in a new location right on this mountaintop. This is us posing. And we did some live stream performances, and then we also have a website, Monarchdipity, which brings together all of these different strands. So hopefully with Team Monarcha we can make a difference, and thank you very much for listening.
Thank you.
Cheers.
Thank you, Rob, for this interesting and dedicated contribution. I really enjoyed it, and I'm really interested in the use of music instead in soundscape. That is something that emerged also in previous contribution as a controversial topic. So I'm interested. I loved your idea of using music in this research. But I ask you if you have any question. We have 5 minutes before Laura Netz will connect with us. Thank you. And if you want to ask a question, I kindly ask you to talk in this microphone.
I can undo that.
Thanks. Okay, I thought that was wonderful. Thank you. I just wondered, have you noticed when you're playing any response from the butterflies? And that might be a naive question, but I was just curious.
Yeah, sure. No, I think that's a really good question. Yeah, I mean, I guess in short, kind of yes, but I don't know if that's just imagining it or what. But because I know that the butterfly, they don't have ears, for example. They can perceive the sound as vibration, potentially for threats. But there is a sense of like making kin with them. Sometimes they're landing on your body, and there's a real peacefulness about the location. It's up quite high. It's above 10,000 feet. The air is really thin and crisp, and all of the soundscapes that they seem to exist within seem really quiet and peaceful. And there's a sort of calm that certainly comes over me when I'm surrounded by them. And actually, that improvisation on the flute and trumpet that I played you a little bit of, that went on for about 10-15 minutes. And if you listen to the soundscape, that really did change dramatically during the time that we improvised. Now, whether that was just part of the natural rhythm of that soundscape and the insects and the birds in it, I don't know, because it's a one-off. But there certainly was a change. Whether we had anything to do with that or not, I can't tell you, but I know that there was a change. Yeah.
Thank you. I don't know if there is any other question, or maybe we can continue to talk with Rob during the coffee break, because I saw that Laura Netz was trying to connect with us. So
perfect.
Thank you so much
Thank
also
you.
for this rich
That's
in
a pleasure.
the presentation.
Thanks for
and
having
thank
me.
you for your contribution. Hi.
Thanks.
Bye.
Thank you.
Dobbiamo chiamarla noi perché ho visto che prima ha provato a contattarci. Sì, la avvio, però lei non c'è più adesso, ve lo dico perché lo vedo. Prima c'era però, è per questo che ho chiuso subito questo dibattito. Magari adesso ci vede e...
Esatto.
Quindi che riprovi adesso.
Very much open to evolution.
finally here with Laura Netz. I
Yes.
thank her for being here with us from London, I think. From London.
Yes.
Are you in London at the moment?
Yes.
Okay. So Laura will present a contribution called Towards a Sonic Anthropocene or Sonic Practices in the Earth Lab. And Laura Netz is curator, artist, and researcher. Currently, she's studying new tendencies in curatorial practices in sonic arts at CRISA in London, but she graduated in 2006 in art history at the University of Barcelona. And then she studies as master in cultural practices and new media art at the University Ramon Llull. In 2009, she established in London, where she attends the curating course at the Central St. Martin's. 1 year after, she was granted to study at Media Art Histories, Donau University in Austria. And in 2011, she attends the professional course about new media curating led by Beryl Graham at the University of Sunderland. Interested in sound art, sciences, technology, and digital media, she is an active participant in hacking culture. Over these years, as a curator, she has taken part in many international events, such as exhibition, workshop, conferences, publication, and concerts. And among the collaboration, she developed projects with various institutions, such as Fonoteca Nacional del Mexico, MACBA in Barcelona, Center of Contemporary Culture in Barcelona, Museum of Transitory Art, etc., etc. She collaborates with artists all over Europe, and she's here with us. So please, Laura, present your contribution. Thank you.
Thank you for everything. I apologize. I got a mismatch with the time. I thought it was 2:30 UK time, so I really apologize. I'll start sharing the screen. Can you see my screen?
Yeah. Perfect.
Fantastic. So I'm going to be reading. This is my presentation. You can find more of my work online. And this paper is entitled Towards the Sonic Anthropocene, or Sonic Practices in the Earth Lab. So in this research, I introduced the concept of the Sonic Anthropocene, which relate to the practices that propose a critical response towards the concept of the planetary laboratory. Examples of these sonic practices are those that are concerned with climate change and new conditions that the natural environment is facing due to human transformations. The sonic practices that I considered concerned about the Earth Lab represent a resource for this research. So my perspective, it takes influences from vitalist materialism, and I've been examining sound works that explain conflicts related to extractivism and mining. Some examples are Google by Nigel B.J. Nielsen. So let's listen a little bit. Can you listen?
Yep.
I'm not sure if I'm sharing sound.
Yes.
Okay,
Yes,
I'll continue.
Yes, you were.
So other examples of sonic anthropocene can be found in acoustic ecology practices, and also those practices that consider sonic anthropocene could be ecological sound art, eco-critical listening, and ecologically focused sound art. I'll recommend you strongly to read the John Gill Murray PhD at CRISAP department. It's very enriching, and he develops a complete exhaustive explanation about ecological sound art in his thesis. So also the sonic Anthropocene is influenced by ecologist practices in sound art. I propose the Sonic Laboratory as a place where these researchers can be developed through sound reproduction technologies and through sound recording, which will be considered as a tool for approaching the Sonic Anthropocene dimension. So Sonic Anthropocene develops sonic practices in a context of knowing the effects of planetary scale laboratory and implements ecopolitics. So one example is Chris Watson Soundscapes. So the Sonic Anthropocene is a new concept that I ideated all together with the Earth Lab. So I'm interested in recording technologies alternatives and reverse engineering. Although belonging to the industrial world, these alternatives are using technologies that are non-hegemonically implied, but they're becoming inclusive and through feminist perspective. So more examples are defined by Stern and his definition of soundscapes. So soundscapes indeed can be an example to approach the sonic Anthropocene. I also present this concept of the Earth as a laboratory for sound. And through this, I inquire about the logic of sound art and the importance of reverse engineering in counter laboratories where appliances and technicalities of the natural media, such recordings, are questioned. The research considers also this era, the Anthropocene, as an epoch of crisis, influenced by posthumanism philosophies, and where the ethics of listening are considered a critical proposal to develop a critical sonic Anthropocene. So what I've been working mostly is to propose the field as laboratory or how the field becomes lab. So my concept is developing the Earth as a laboratory. So my interest is how do the field becomes a lab. So I follow Bruno Latour and Volgar in their explanation of how the scale field turned into laboratory when scientists started to open doors and do field work outside the laboratory. These may be motivated to thanks to portable equipment. And one of the quotes for Bruno Latour says that laboratories, specifically scientific laboratories, actively modify widerly society by displacing crucial actors outside the laboratory into the field. So other definitions for planet laboratory can be found in a group of architects that name themselves Laboratory Planet. So I don't want to read now because it's a little bit too much, but for them, the planet becomes an entire laboratory where experimentation, nature observation, and research happen. So according to Bureau de Studies, which is a French collective and artist, the history of the Earth is a laboratory, an experimental situation in which the animal, the vegetal, the mineral, and the human interact in a vast laboratory. So more examples are found in Giussi Parica when he refers to Laboratory Planet, stating that besides designating the 20th and 21st century science, military, entertainment, university complex, the planetary situation installed infrastructures of power and technology and also refers to the laborization of knowledge. This is a definition of the world as a laboratory. And this is the perspective that Bureau d'Etudes take from there. So for me, the planet laboratory results in a very negative description of our current planetary situation in a post-capitalist world. So this definition results for years of techno-capitalism exploitation, but also the planet laboratory can propose a critical view towards extractivism and industrial processes following colonialism. The planet laboratory can also be described as a space of interconnection between humans, nature, and technology, a space of belonging and exchange of resources and energies. The planet laboratory is presented through my research as a criticism of the massive extraction of resources influenced by vitalist materialism and media archaeology theories. I've also worked through the influence of feminist theories of Dora Haraway and also Bruno Latour actor network theory. So Planet Laboratory is not only a place, but is also a concept that considers the effect of human action on a planetary scale. As I said, Latour is one of the main influences of this planetary dimension and globalization through geopolitics. I also have other influences and citation of what is a planet laboratory through Issam Egi. So in comprehending the whole Earth through this new planetary scale and understanding all actions and the planet as a chain of reactions, the influence of planet behavior and life existence, the concept of laboratory deserves study and analysis from the perspective of the planetary, describing the whole Earth as a planet, as a the planet Earth as a massive laboratory where human action is extended from nature to technology to return to nature again, is seen as a processual action that gives us humans the responsibility of interacting with the planet Earth. In an era of emergency, humans have the power to act according to the planetary scale. The planet laboratory, although, has to be used as a voice of criticism and knowledge towards a new era, considering the effects of human has infringed on Earth since the emergence of agrologistics and through industrialism and post-capitalism. The expansion of the laboratory into planetary networks and its extension far beyond the confines of its conventional contained spaces embody the practice of field recording as a methodology in this outside planetary laboratory. And following Robert Kohler definition, landscapes turned into labscapes. So what I'm interested in proposing here is proposing field recording as a creative methodology in the planet laboratory. So this involves capturing and documenting sounds from the environment to create a sonic landscape or to use them in artistic projects. As we all know, field recording exemplifies the relationship between human, nature, and technology to redefine the condition of the planet laboratory. So in this research, I follow Krohn, Nightingale, and Staton. And through them, in my thesis, I've been searching for methodologies that contribute to identify the sonic laboratory as far away from an hegemonic definition of the laboratory. So my proposal is that through creativity, we incorporate notions that differ from hegemony. So through Nightingale and Krohn, I understand field recording as a creative practice where the field working becomes a methodology. And it incorporates discursive parts that include observation and recording. Field recording as a methodology introduces more than human computational tools that can connect with ecology. Here it becomes inclusive when considering these factors, as field recording is not only geography but symbolic. I also follow Christine Sharp, who defines field recordings as a creative practice, and thus it coincides with my research interest to search for methodologies applied in laboratory settings that can document the creativity in labs, transforming them in inclusive, transparent, ethics, and creative places. Sharp states, field work as data collection is limited, and thus includes creative practices such as listening to understand this practice of field recording dynamically and inclusively. Sharp also introduces composition as a creative project and an aspect of field recording that contributes to understanding as itself as a creative methodology. So next, I'm going to present 3 case studies of examples of sonic Anthropocene that are practiced in the Earth Lab. So first, I'm a bit tired because I'm reading. So let's gonna listen Terra Ignota project by Victor Masson Guardocchi, which is a project set up in Chile by international artists, scientists, and curators, and produces a recurrent nomadic lab in Patagonia and Tierra del Fuego. So what they are searching is for a transdisciplinary research that studies the relationship between culture, nature, and knowledge. And yeah, Victor presents this work. So let's listen, and then I'll present Team Show and Ecosonic Media.
Unfortunately.
And Victor normally works with sensing invisible media. So he works with detectors. And now at this moment, he's working with sensors that deep sense the soil. So it's all sonic data from the earth directly. So I think I will stop here. And thank you very much for inviting, and apologize again for the time difference.
Thank you for connecting with us again, and thank you for your contribution full of references that I would like to explore better. And unfortunately, you're not here with us, but you mentioned field recording as a creative methodology, not only as data collection. And before you, we had the possibility to listen to an experience by Robert McKay that probably incarnated this idea of field recording as a creative methodology in the Earth Lab. So maybe he would like to interact with you about this topic, or maybe someone else has some question for you. As before, if you want to ask something, I'm asking you to do it in this microphone. There's a question, maybe.
Hi, Laura. Just a little question about you cited Bruno Latour, so the work about laboratory, but maybe did you reflect also on the concept of collective? And so, for example, according to you, sound art and field recordings and soundscape art could be yes, a practice to go beyond human on human to build new collectives in the terms of Latour for the future?
Yes, well, I guess what most interests me is proposing this this concept of laboratory, understanding what is you know, the bad implications of it, but also a new dimension that is challenging sonic Anthropocene because we're facing these issues. And what interests me is like other subjects, like earth, minerality specifically. This is what I've been working on, because I think these are the origins of technology, and then through this processual understanding of how technology has been created from a materialist perspective, I can understand the behaving of societies, and I like to do that through sound art. So I'm trying to search for, you know, these other subjects that are not only human, which are, you know, it can be considered as well field recordings of birds, and I'm started working with that type of non-human animal sound as well. But my interest is this searching for this collective of non-humans, including non-biological subjects, which is specifically minerality, and also criticizing always this extractivism of resources.
Thank you, Laura. I don't know if there is any other question. We are perfectly on time on our schedule, so if someone wants to add something. If not, we are looking forward to hear from you, from your research about minerality and non-human other sounds. And thank you again for being with us today, and hope to see you in presence the next time. Okay, thank you. Thank you to you all. Thank you. Bye. Bye-bye. Okay, I think that there will be a break and then another session at 4 p.m. always here and in Studio 7. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Laura. Bye.
Shall I go now? Yes,
Yeah.
All right. Goodbye.
Thank you
very
again.
much for
Thank
inviting
you.
me.
Bye
I
bye.
hope everything is going well.
Yeah, everything was perfect, and also.